Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Alright, welcome back to another Alan Wake stream. Today with session number 3 and the continuation of chapter 4. Gonna start the chapter and then also try to get to a 5th one too. And yeah, then we should be able to finish the game in the next stream, the latest. Quite looking forward to see how the story unfolds further. Because it's been quite interesting so far, you know, with like the nightmarish, introspective, surreal kind of like experience that Alan Wake goes through. Yeah, I really dig the symbolism that you have in the game. If it is like in writing or like with a whole like dark and light kind of like thematic. So yeah, definitely stoked to get back into this. Also, hey there, Grace, welcome in. Good morning.
Groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
So now we have Alan inside the clinic, where a doctor is basically telling him that he has schizophrenia and that he's been sick for a while. But yeah, I don't buy it.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah. I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm. I get the message. Loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good. This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course. I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan. Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you.
I mean, that's quite a pill to swallow. If that was like reality, you know. But I kind of believe that this might just be another kind of like nightmare where, you know, they're kind of like trying to scare us with this kind of like vision of what could be the case. At least I hope so. You know, it would be kind of a tough turn of events here if this is what's like actually happening.
We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically.
I'm not so sure about that. The logic can be applied to literally everything, especially in this, you know, universe.
I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? or because you don't want to admit that you're not well. It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him
After
talk.
all, I'm
Hartman
the one
obviously
trying
loved
to
his
bring
own
you
voice.
out of the world
His
you've
words echoed
constructed for
madly
yourself.
inside my head.
But I can't
I dug my
do it
nails
by
into the
myself.
palms of my hands to stay
You need
focused.
to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery. Come along. Let's go inside.
Watch him turn into one of the Takens at night. And then we have to headshot him or something. I wouldn't mind that. And that's the question, isn't it, Grace? If a doctor can actually speak the truth for once.
Here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay, sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video
Elbow strike.
games.
Ooh,
It's
yeah.
trash, of course, but it does involve
Get him
some
to the head.
small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
This guy hates video games. He must be evil. Clearly.
Come, Alan, this way.
Beautiful. This guy reminds me of Brucey in GTA. With those crazy karate moves. He's also scary as heck. Yeah, no he's not. Oh, coffee thermos. Only for staff. Außer Cancun, wer?
Now, you might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
My rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Thor. They had a, how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark. Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny. Yeah! Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Say, you're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm.
The Anderson Farm. Valhalla!
We wrote it all down, lest we forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message.
Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
My head was clearing up, or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, you got any booze on you?
Yeah, no. Sorry,
We have a
guys.
stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula, local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like moonbeams on the brain.
Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll.
Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch.
She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch.
And my ravens, what were they? Memory and thought, the hag.
She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does.
We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, haga.
Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake.
Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other writer.
She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you?
Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid.
Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit.
He's too full.
Tired. Built the farm close to the lake. A place of power.
We had parties there, man. You should go there and have a party.
That Bob Balder threw the amp through the window. Hit that hippie chick in the back of the head. 15 stitches and a concussion. Bob's dead now. Leukemia.
Stitches, snitches, and narcs, man. Bad scene.
I am tired, man. So tired.
I want to go home.
Yeah, quite interesting, you know, how in this clinic there seem to be mostly artists that kind of like are mentally ill, I guess, or have like severe dementia. And it seems like the doctor really likes to collect trophies, right? Like we've seen it in the living room or whatever with like all the animal trophies. So I have the assumption that, you know, he treats these artists like his trophies as well, you know. And maybe even makes them perform art, you know, like maybe he's drugging them or something, and then puts them in like states where they are willing to do his bidding or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, it is quite interesting. Also with a guy in the background painting there. Interesting enough, the painting looks like kind of the night vision with the taken ones that Ellen is having. Though it's like still daytime. Grace, you're going to leave your mark, your nugs on your cheeks to match that nose? Absolutely. Yeah, that doctor definitely seems to deserve it. Hey, Varrot, welcome in. Exactly. That's a great analogy with the statues of animals being stuck there, and he has patients stuck there as well. That's true, yeah. Definitely a similar kind of like parallel there between the animals and the patients. But I really wonder, you know, really want to figure out the truth soon. And really know what's happening here. Or if this is just like another nightmare right now or something. Welcome to the Cordon Lake Lodge. We're here to give you the specialized help you need. However, please observe the following. Please ask friends and family to schedule visits beforehand to ensure they don't interfere with your therapy and/or periods of creativity. Also, please respect your fellow patients' need for privacy and personal space, especially when they're engaged by their creative processes. Be patient. Typically, our patients have long-term creative problems and they won't be solved overnight. Give yourself permission to take the time you need. Bear in mind that you're voluntarily receiving treatment that has been specifically tailored for you. Engagement therapy and its sister method, the flow, work best when you are actively engaged in shaping them. If you have any concerns, please don't hesitate to voice them. So very clearly they want you to be, you know, writing stuff or be creative. But I guess that's for our own uses here.
I'm a bad dream and you can't wake up. You can't hurt a nightmare because all dreams are only imagination. They're only in your head and they're not there when you wake up. So you can't wake up because I'm in charge now and I don't want to disappear. My nightmare is the publisher people who want to make a contribution so they can say they made a contribution. And then we end up with mullets in there because they think mullets are funny, but it wasn't supposed to be about mullets. And now it's about mullets. And when it's in slow motion, they call it mullet time because the numbers came back from marketing that mullet time is the hook we needed to go big in the target demographic. And they're not even kidding. They say it all like serial killers with straight faces and smiles. My nightmare is the writers who want to make everything from the characters to the toasters talk all the time and express their feelings so they won't shut up. And the writers won't shut up either because they have feelings too. And I have to listen to them because they're not scared of me. And everyone should just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. But I don't see nightmares anymore because I'm too scary for them. I take 2 pills every morning and 1 with every meal and 4 when I go to bed. And that makes me the scariest nightmare of all.
So it takes 4 pills to before going to bed. I guess that might be the same pills for giving Ellen or something. It's part of his meal. Or this is a tongue-in-cheek joke about Max Payne using bullet time. Kind of funny also how he criticized, you know, writers having to explain everything constantly. Which of course is quite in contrast to this game, you know, not really telling you exactly what's happening.
Why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? The typewriter's in your room. You can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
Good to know. Because that, you know, sign there saying patient rooms isn't obvious enough. But no, I don't want to write for the doctor. Also, how was GTA today, Rod? I hope you had a good time with it. That's so true, they don't want to explain everything up front. Absolutely, yeah. And with like the different nightmares and like reality meshing together with it. It seems at least to me. You know, it's not making it easier for you to distinguish what's real and what isn't.
Hartman wanted me to write. I knew I couldn't, but I figured I should just play along for now. It was the only thing I could do with Nurse Birch watching me like a hawk.
It went well. You got the 3 missions done related to the poor dude who gets interrogated and tortured before ending the stream. I gotcha. Yeah, that scene was quite heavy, you know, even for like a GTA game. But yeah, but definitely good to get that done. Yeah, there could definitely be, you know, even though it's like dealing with violence constantly, there's of course like still varying differences.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think that there's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's
Ancient
always
writing
dark outside.
from the Old Kingdom.
My editor is real. I saw her again. She's not human. It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
That might be actually the reality, right? What we just seen there in the TV. Who knows? Maybe just his actual conscious being trapped somewhere, in like a room. But yeah, that sound bit earlier today.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
Yeah, I actually downloaded Origins only for recording that, by turning off all of these sounds and music in game. Then I did a recording of both with the Black Hood, which kind of like has this kind of like muffled effect on it, because there's like a face mask with it, and without a face mask. And I just combined the two actually, and I kind of like how it turned out. They're actually only playing with voices on an Origins was quite interesting, you know, because Bike does like a lot of voices when running around doing parkour and stuff, you know, that you don't really pay too much attention to with like all the other sounds going on at the same time. But yeah, it's like actually crazy like how many different sounds they recorded for Bike, you know, that you wouldn't really notice that much otherwise.
Been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony.
That's an awesome way to record the audio. That's what you ultimately plan to do with Odyssey. Later on you would do a run with just the dialogue audio. That's definitely a good way to do it, you know, to really like separate it properly for like recording. And that way that makes also like cutting it together the way you want to do it, I think, much easier. But yeah, it was pretty cool, for sure.
The generator hadn't been activated, and there was no key.
So this is my room, but I want to see if I can explore other places first here. Night Springs, my favorite TV show. This is the painter's room, I guess. This one is locked. create that dilemma. Was there a way to kind of like zoom in? Like first person? Never mind. The post above the television is Remedy's first game, Death Rally. Interesting. I don't think I've seen Death Rally before, actually. But I gotta check out more games that Remedy has developed, because they do seem like they have really cool and unique ideas for the games.
The white glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Everybody, calm down. Put that down. Bert, I need help.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Where the hell did he get a damn hammer?
I don't know.
Here's a friendly poke from Mjolnir, witch.
Oh, afraid of the crazy brothers, are ya? Not so weak now, are we?
I mean, that's a pretty good distraction.
Unraveling fast, aren't
Us to make an escape.
It's my story.
Rough, I have a few years between releases as well, which also really helps. I think Ubisoft needs to take that approach. Yeah, definitely, you know. Like, even if they have like different studios, for example, working on the AC games, which gives other studios like more time to work on their developments. I think it would also still be good to have more time in between, just to give you like time to really align the different stories together, you know. Because just having like individual teams working on their games, and them only really having time, you know, to create their own vision without spending too much time looking how to align it with another game that's done by another team, is, I think, really a big issue there. And they should definitely add more time to kind of like take care of that, you know. But yeah, ultimately, you know, the release windows are set, and often the developers can't even do that much about it, which really is a shame.
Oh, I'm taking it. We're on a comeback tour, baby. Hammer's Way will have its say, right?
Zane could feel the poems, taking form, shaping things. As he experimented, he imagined he could almost feel the power surging through the keys of the typewriter. It exhilarated him. But there was fear, too. If not for his young assistant Emil, he would have given it up. But Emil convinced him otherwise. He too had a way with words. Hartman kept talking, giving Barry the grand tour, clearly proud of the place. He went on and on about his hunting trophies, and Barry was impressed. But he was here on business. He raised his voice, cut through the monologue. Hey, Hartman, where's Al? Hartman stopped in mid-sentence, annoyed at the interruption. He nodded at the hulking orderly standing nearby. The man smiled and clapped a practiced hand on Barry's shoulder.
It's up in their name.
So Barry's looking for Ellen here.
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. And if she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I could get the key to the office wing from Sinclair.
The backstage is all
I had to
yours,
get to
Tom.
Hartman's office.
Seize
He had
your
taken all my
destiny.
manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them.
Come out and face the music, Birch. It's time to pay the piper.
Oh, Just realized I have my AC command still running. Let me actually disable them real quick here. Okay, I think that does it. But there's two great Barrys in video games. Barry Burton from Resident Evil and Barry Wheeler from this game. Absolutely. I do like Barry quite a bit in this game so far. I think it's quite a funny character, you know. Really adding more of like humor to like a darker tone story. And to like how there's also like a progression, you know, like you kind of like start up or start off like finding him a bit annoying for the most part, but then ultimately becomes a bit relatable, you know, throughout the story.
The markings on the tape said they were recordings Hartman had made at the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe right.
I mean, makes sense, right? Because wasn't it Alice that also designed like covers for the books of Alan Wake? So I guess they made her a patient who pretended she's dead. And let her kind of like paint this, you know, maybe to represent also what's happening for Ellen at the same time. Interesting. That means she is definitely still alive, I reckon. I hope. So true, both actors for him and Ellen have a great rapport as well. It's true she was a photographer and took the photos of Ellen for the covers of his books and she designs. Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. Because I kind of forgot about that she was also like an artist herself. But that makes a lot of sense now that we found out that they literally like kidnap artists apparently. I kind of like realized we have 2-for-1 kind of like deal. Getting both of them at the same time.
Now, Mrs. Wake, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alan would take a swing at me, because at least that'd lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of. But no. Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't talk to him.
Yes. Tell me, Mrs. Wake, what would you say to him if he'd listen?
I don't know. I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. Just some stranger who resembles you. Looking out from behind your eyes, and I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems, always going on about something else. I'm so afraid I'm gonna lose him, and we're not even talking anymore. He doesn't let me in anymore. He just keeps me in the dark. I'm so alone here, even when he's home. Please help me, Doctor, because I'm at my wit's end.
Well, if you can just get him here, I'll absolutely do my very best.
Yeah, but Doctor, you need to be careful with him. He's not just going to listen to you and cooperate. He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut-up of this. Just a recording.
Interesting. Or even if his art is kind of like creepy, I think it's also quite well designed. Kinda like it. So even if she's working for the doctor, her art is pretty cool.
Let me out of here! Hartman, do you hear me? I'm gonna sue your crazy quack ass to shreds!
Barry.
Ow! About time!
Barry, man, am I glad to see you. We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah, that's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
They even captured Barry. Makes sense after the page that we've read. Rod, you love how the story progresses, like turning the page of a novel and getting deeper and starting to understand more things. Absolutely. What's great is that, you know, we as a player are in the same shoes as the protagonist, you know. We kind of like try to figure out what's really happening. And understanding more of the things we've already witnessed. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome in. That's a harsh punishment. Oh, can I actually open this dock here too?
These were all the pages I had on me. And more.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
Should have just shot him, to be honest. You love that smile Alan gives there. He's very pleased with himself there.
Hartman followed the fall of Alan Wake with his binoculars. When the rider hit the water, he ordered Jack to take the boat to him. The spot was easy to see in the dark, even with all the extra lights in the boat. The flare floated and kept burning even in the water. Jack turned the radio louder as the engine sputtered. The music was rough and clanking, something the Anderson brothers would no doubt have enjoyed. But Hartman chose to ignore it. Wake was finally within his reach.
This music in the background for reading the pages does remind me a bit of like some of the ambient music in Hellblade for the menu.
The dark presence would be on me in a moment. I had to find a way out.
Oh, fuck. I like respawning. Can I destroy all of them? Okay, let's do one last time and then we go down.
Hartman knew he was no creator. He had no ambitions on that front. And he certainly didn't want to end up like every artist he had worked with here, damaged in ways that were hard to describe, or worse. It was enough for Hartman to maintain creative control and provide direction, to be a producer. That was what most of these people were in need of anyway. Of course, suitable subjects were few and far in between.
Mm-hmm. So there's his real plan. How will the residents sleep with all that noise? That's the question, isn't it? I think they're just night owls and stay awake. Like we're like literally chased by like a dark presence, and I'm just watching ads.
Check out the latest games. Discover new music and old favorites. Social networking, sports scores, news. It's all at your fingertips. No matter what you're into, Verizon Wireless can satisfy your never-ending appetite for apps. Check out Vcast apps and load up your phone.
This is a card that gets replaced and remastered with 2 of the Night Spring episodes cut from this version. Ah, I gotcha. It'd be actually pretty cool to have like a Night Spring episode instead, actually. Would kind of like add to the atmosphere a bit more. Maybe. needed to destroy the door for me. Jesus.
I'm here! I found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al! Oh, God! Look at the house, Al! Look out!
Yeah, I'm hurrying, but I also gotta make sure I survive Barry. I think you might understand. Don't trust Emil.
I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon. It took a special kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate.
So anyways, the music started blasting.
Be careful! I can see them moving around! They're coming for you!
Oh, whoa, Jesus Christ. That actually scared me. I didn't think it was that close to me. I thought I still had like a couple more seconds there. It's like literally right next to me. Yeah, these big guys are heavy.
The channel. We'll turn it off. We don't want any fighting. It makes people mad.
One time you have to actually fight yes, guardian gods.
Then you'll be nice and cold.
Yeah, sounds like it. Oh, never mind.
Light seems to be
Jesus. Really gotta get back into the time window for dodging. What's your favorite Taken dialogue? I can definitely see why. They gotta take care of these birds first, they're quite annoying.
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm all day long.
Nice and calm, just like his voice.
You get 3 pills in the evening.
These fucking birds. Yeah, that was an annoying bastard. Oh, nice. Flare gun. I like it. Nice shotgun. Okay, I missed a page apparently. That's alright.
Mott knew that Wake was smarter than him. Wake had more money, a beautiful wife, everything. And Hartman said Wake was important. That made him better than Mott. But Mott was calling the shots now. He'd expected Wake to whimper and grovel, but instead, he seemed willing to fight. Mott knew he'd gotten under Wake's skin. If only Mott actually had his wife. The thought made him shiver.
Maybe more just like another former patient of Hartman or something?
Hartman wasn't happy. Mott could see it in his eyes. He quickly lowered his own. He had made a mess of it, and he knew it. The shame of failure was hard to bear. He hadn't expected Wake to say he needed more time, and he blurted out 2 days, less than Wake had asked for to show him who was in charge. But that wasn't part of Hartman's plan.
The plan. I really do think that Dutch likes Hartman Rod. Shot into perfect dodge. Didn't even know you could like combo those together. Spectrum, it's a day program for adults with disabilities, making little 7-string lyre harps. Oh, very nice. It sounds really cool actually, Spectrum. Like building instruments yourself. I can't say I've ever built an instrument by myself, to be honest. Unless you would call like putting together like different items to create like a drum set. As a kid, make an instrument. That's the furthest I went.
For the moment, Barry was just glad he had survived the fall. He had been separated from Al, and there was no easy way to climb back up. He told himself he'd be okay in the gloomy forest at night. He would just have to wait for a while for Al to find his way down. Barry turned when he heard the heavy footsteps and saw the movement. The man-shaped shadow lunged at him from the bushes, an axe held high. Barry screamed and threw up his hand. The world exploded.
Alright, sorry, had to mute myself here for a sec. No worries, Spectrum. Thanks for telling us regardless. But yeah, I hope you have a good time. Seems like I didn't actually miss a page, it just kind of like we had to collect it later in the level. Gotcha, Spectrum. It's really cool that you're doing something like that. Damn, I'm getting quite a bit of ammunition here. Guess we're going into a big battle soon. There's another missing page here, so let's see if I can find the other one before the one that I collected.
Ow! You're alive! Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry!
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so,
Just climb it, dude.
Barry! I'll find it! Don't worry about it!
Uh-oh.
Hurry up, Barry! I'm on it!
What the fuck? Totally dodged that.
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! Hey, found a quarter!
God damn it, Barry. Oh, Jesus. Every time these two guys keep hitting me at the same time.
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! Hey, found a quarter!
Jesus. Why's the camera always like circling around for? Jesus Christ, camera, please.
Al, please tell me we're headed for the nearest "You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon" sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
Crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest...
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead.
Al, how can you know that?
I know, Barry. I can...
Al,
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before, it happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it.
Look out!
That's not good.
In the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Not good at all. Thanks, Rod. Yeah, that was definitely a tough part there. Good thing I didn't have to kill all of them, just had to survive as Senji. I love what Barry says in the scene about being on board 100% with Alan. Yeah. Yes, definitely having legit concerns, but it's not because he doesn't trust Alan anymore or doesn't believe him.
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way! Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that! Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall. Al, there's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a Taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh? You're gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al! I'll be waiting!
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al! I'm not staying here! It's suicide! I'm going to the farm! I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
It's kind of funny how he all of a sudden takes joy in killing the Taken ones. Now he's Rambo. Yeah, he's definitely a bit overconfident right now. That's for sure. Don't fuck with us New Yorkers, we'll murder you over a bagel. Are you originally from New York, Grace? If so, I didn't actually know that. That's cool. And it's understandable, I mean, New York bagel. Pretty darn good. I love bagels. Uh-oh. Rod, you could just imagine Barry wearing a red bandana. I mean, he's already wearing a red jacket, isn't he? So sure, red bandana wouldn't be too far off. You lived in Brooklyn until you were 5. I gotcha, Grace. That's really cool. I've always wanted to go to New York. I've never been yet, but I hope at some point I get to go there. There's just so much food, especially in the city, that I would love to have a like original taste of. Definitely one of the most attractive food cities for me. And hey, Lucinda, welcome in. Good morning.
Hartman watched as Wake's features slackened. The man was bullheaded, no doubt. Even lying on the bed, he'd almost broken Hartman's nose the second time. But with a little time, he could break Wake down, give him proper direction. Wake was easily the most promising subject he'd had. Well, since Tom, really. Sleep well, Alan, Hartman whispered with a smile. Let me take care of you. He sniffed hard to clear his throbbing nose, swallowed blood, and barely tasted it.
I like how just like failing to get to me. GG. Oh, absolutely, Grace. Yeah, I really hope I get to visit it once my sister moves back to the States eventually. And yeah, maybe we could also meet up for that. Probably won't be for another year or so, but yeah, gonna see. Jeez. Fuck. I really don't like these movable objects. I'd rather fight like a Taken one.
Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through. Agent Nightingale stared at the passed-out rider. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night. Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for an arrest.
Grace, there's incredible vegetarian dim sum place just off Canal Street. Do you think me and Levi would love? Absolutely. I mean, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that's just what I love about New York, you know, it's like so many different cultures, like this melting pot, and how it influences, you know, the food culture especially, and how much good and varied food you can find. But I think one of my first stops going to New York would definitely be, you know, like a regular New York slice pizza. Maybe like a double slice on the street. But I definitely would eat like lots of Italian food for sure. I'm listening, you would be afraid to go to New York. Big city might be too big. Maybe the outskirts. That's fair too, you know, like big cities can be very overwhelming sometimes. I've kind of gotten used to it more now that I live like closer to Berlin for like lots of years. But yeah, like coming here for the first time and like spending a bit more time in Berlin and stuff, you know, was quite the change to what I was used to as well. In terms of like, you know, city size and how many people there are. But honestly, I kind of like it. Because there's just so much you could do and so many opportunities. And one thing I actually really like about like big city living is kind of like the anonymity that comes with it, you know? Like if you're living in like a small city, you know, then chances are you're gonna like meet somebody you already know like at least a couple times of a day. And I don't know, like sometimes I just wanna, you know, do my business and not run into somebody all the time if I'm out. So yeah, that's actually something I quite enjoy about bigger cities. But the poltergeist enemies can be damn brutal. Yeah, if it's movable objects, it's definitely quite annoying because I think it's also a bit trickier to anticipate, you know? Like how far they might be going and when you have to dodge. I think it's easier with the animation of the Taken. There's some fantastic pizza place right outside Penn Station. You have me got covered. Awesome. Yeah, I've been actually watching like lots of videos on YouTube as well on like the pizza scene in New York. And yeah, there's like so many good pizza places, it's actually insane. There's even a guy called Scott Wiener who's doing like pizza tours through New York. And he would take you like to the most traditional places to like the most wild places where we do like, I don't know, like cheeseburger pizza or something. Not sure if I would actually love to eat that because it is a bit overkill because there's like actual burger, like whole burgers on the slices and fries and stuff. But yeah, you can find that as well, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. Don't really have to worry about, you know, all that. It's definitely overwhelming if you're not used to it, even with as much as you've been there when you've been gone for a while. You get confused and rely on your GPS a lot because you're not used to it. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if I'm in Berlin, I often still use my GPS, unless I've been to a place that I've been to, like, lots of times before. You haven't heard of him? You definitely do, it sounds fun. Yeah, he's been definitely more present on like YouTube and stuff. He also had a show with the owner of Lucali's, which is a very famous pizza place in New York, called Really Dough, where the owner of the pizzeria is basically a traditionalist, and he just, you know, wants like dough, sauce, and cheese, and that's pizza for him. Whereas Scott is like very open-minded, you know, and wants to try out like all the new styles of pizza, like ramen pizza with like dough made out of ramen noodles and that kind of stuff. Or like a kimchi pizza or something. And they basically discuss if it is a pizza or if it isn't. Actually pretty funny. So I can recommend that one on YouTube. Really Dough. Whoops. Okay, it works. Everyone from the New York area knows Lucali's and the owner's story. That's fair, yeah. I think he's great. Mark, I think he's good, isn't he?
Movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Yeah, definitely a Legend Devil Pizza scene. There's no one in the dark. Are they though? Okay, fuck it. Don't have any weapon, bro. Jesus. Guess I just have to run. Fuck. I shouldn't have turned around to fight them, or like...
I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Yeah. I just gotta run. Maybe use the flashlight to stun them every now and then. I could also try if I can use this before they arrive. Fuck. Never mind. Jesus, stop throwing these axes at me. And how many do you have? For God's sake. Jesus. Okay. Off a checkpoint. I want to have a weapon, please. But yeah, I mean, I heard really good things about Ducatis, and the pizza looks amazing. So simplistic, but doesn't need all that much, you know. It's good ingredients. It's a great thing about, I think, really like classic Italian food is like the simplicity of it. It's really about like, you know, the quality of the ingredients instead of like having like overkill flavor or like so many ingredients. I wanna switch. Okay. The bastards will sometimes hit you with a projectile just as you get into the light, and if you have one hit left, well, you're dead. Yeah. I was actually hoping that wouldn't happen to me here. But I thought that might be a possibility, you know. Thankfully it didn't happen.
The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path. The dark presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chained to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free.
Oh, nice, some flares. Always good to have. Yeah, that's a trap. It's quite a few here, so gotta be careful. Well, I can imagine what. Because you can only see them if you're actually like pointing at them with a light, right? At least only then they will pop up as like glowing. So that wouldn't make it any easier.
The storm raged on as the Anderson brothers walked unsteadily away from the clinic with the other patients in tow, knowing that this time they wouldn't return. The darkness around them seethed with horrors, but Tor and Odin were unafraid. Their eyes glinted with guile. They knew every secret path, and there was blood on their hands. They had fought these shades before. Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
Oh yeah, give me all that shotgun ammo. I like it. Yes, that was what you talked about. Oh shit. fuck? Did she get killed by like a throwing axe? Just before getting to the light there. Honestly, I don't want to fight all of these guys, not with like 13 rounds of shotgun ammo. I think I'd rather try to run. Just gotta really... The fact that... what the... Why am I stuck? I was just stuck there, I couldn't run. Oh, fuck, hell. I gotta learn the dodge window a bit better. Like I do it as soon as I see the your animation, but it's actually just after that, you know. Between them starting the attack and them hitting you. Didn't really help that I couldn't move there for a second. I swear. Okay, I think I got it now. More or less. Or not. One thing I can actually do is drop a flare, right? Which would give me some distance here, actually. Okay. It was just slightly annoying.
I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Hello? Anybody here? Barry!
No! Danny, you're not! Please! What are you? No! Don't! I'm sorry!
I'm sure he's fine. He's fine. Maybe he just pretended to be in danger. He's trying to lure me off. That music is pretty cool.
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friend's suddenly the bad guy who wrote this crap anyway.
Sorry, pal. That was me. I wrote it.
Requiescat in pace.
Yeah, that's a spirit, Lucinda. No matter what is happening, you always gotta loot first, you know? Doesn't matter what I'm playing. Gotta loot.
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive.
Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape. I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way, near escapes, cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who will help me. I'll make it happen.
Let me guess. Danny, huh?
Jesus. Gotta say, like, sometimes they do scare me good. Especially if you're like going around the corner, all of a sudden there's like standing a guy that wasn't there before. You can relate to Sinner. Especially in like loot heavy games like RPGs and stuff, you know. Gotta make sure you don't miss out on anything. Psycholexis Rod. I do gonna miss him this year. For the ultimate Bully Maguire behavior.
I could climb out through the broken window. The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast. If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I'd made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry.
The coffee thermos, calm us out on that. Way too important. Talking about looting. I wonder if there's even a point in me collecting these anymore, because I won't get all of them either way in this playthrough. Who knows, maybe that's like the total percentage or something. I think I have to go this way. It's like another shiny thing, wasn't there? Yeah, but also a couple guys. Oh shoot, let's just go away. How far into the game are we? So currently we are, I would say, very close to finishing off chapter 4. And there are 6 chapters total in the game. So we're just more than halfway through now at this point. Good way to see how far you are by having a look at the pages here. And as you can see, I'm only missing a few at the very end. So we should be getting closer to finishing the chapter. I don't think I'm gonna finish the game today, but definitely the next stream will. I drive through here? Do I have to... I think I just have to run. That car looked better. Time to test out our Forza skills here. I was kind of joking about it the other day with Morna. I think this is one of the games with the worst driving I've played in the recent years. Because driving mechanics are very clunky. But I don't mind it because this game doesn't really have driving as a focus. But yeah, it's very noticeable, you know, especially after having played games like Forza that have like such a good driving physics, you know. That's kind of funny. But it's definitely reliable, you know. You can properly drive. Just be a bit clunky. But drive in real life? I do, yeah. Not that often currently because my sister's currently having the car. But yeah, I'm definitely driving every now and then. I don't really need to drive that much because we have like lots of public transport here in the Berlin area. So yeah, it's usually better to just use that, to be honest. I have to go down here. But thankfully the remaster of the camera is bringing back to behind the vehicle insanely fast when you let go of the control stick was fixed. Ah, okay. Well, that's good. They took care of that in the remaster. Because that can definitely be another annoying thing sometimes, you know? So I've met so many streamers who don't drive, like never have even had their license, so you ask. That's definitely fair too. I guess for lots of people it's not entirely necessary to get a driving license, but honestly I wouldn't want to trade mine. You know, because it really gives you a certain liberty to be able to drive sometimes. And sometimes also sucks if you're like dependent on another person or public transport. Definitely glad that I can drive in theory. Is this still from like Sylvester? New Year's?
I'd known the brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Ow! Run! Incoming! There's too many of them! God damn!
Fuck.
I'm so glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot!
That was like a most random
We have to fight them off!
flashbangs.
Fireworks are here and help you out!
Yeah.
Hey, Al! Did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stopped! Al! Hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on!
Man, I love her flashbangs so much. Maybe I should go back on the stage.
I'll get them working again, I promise!
So hey there, Maxi. Welcome into it. I don't have a driving license. I mean, that's fair too, you know. Also one of those of us living in a big city. So I guess you don't really need it either. Jesus.
Back in the game! Yes!
Don't have any ammunition left. Don't have any ammo. What the fuck? Okay. That does it.
That was awesome!
Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Heavy-duty lantern. Why not? It's gonna be helpful. Listener, before you got on Twitch, you were completely unheard of to hear anyone did not drive. That's fair too, you know. I mean, if you're kind of like also very dependent on, you know, like car driving, then it would only be natural to, you know, having to get like a license naturally. Good afternoon to you, Maxi. Hope it's a good day for you so far. As in the US, everything is based around convenience, so it's not very common here, but at some places it's totally normal. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool, Rod. That whole sequence. With the music and everything. Thanks also for posting that link there in chat. I'm gonna put a torch in your eye. And some flare guns as well. Only the good stuff. Okay, there we go, some ammo. Definitely needed. How's the doggy? Well, I hope she's doing well. We're gonna pick her up on the weekend.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm!
Should I go for a pump action shotgun? It's better, right? Because it has like more rounds. But yeah, we're gonna pick up the doggo over weekend, like to stay here permanent. This weekend was only like dog sitting, essentially. That's right, yeah. Yeah, definitely quite excited.
Cellar, no reason to worry.
She's a good girl.
As good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time. We need to get this thing moved out of the way.
This is as far as I got before they ambushed me.
It's kind of funny that the cutoff survived all of this, but so many people didn't. Just want to check if there's anything here. Something glowing. Maybe another page? Indeed. Yeah, that's actually the last page. Let's see if I can't find more of them. The carport is actually made out of titanium. That would explain this. Definitely. Gotta make sure the merch survives.
Here has something to say. What's that, Al?
I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
Not sure, but you can actually buy a life-size cutout of him. Can you? That's pretty amazing, actually. Would be like a fun thing to put into your house or something. If you have a space and if you're really into Alan Wake.
Wow! You look at that thing, Al! They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they?
The Longhouse.
They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Didn't know Ozzy Osbourne was doing reality TV. Then again, I also don't watch a lot of reality TV. Okay, let's go on top here. Yeah, full ammunition. In the early 2000s there was at a whole Osbourne TV show. Ah, really? Interesting. Did you like it? Was it good? Or entertaining? The Anderson brothers in the 70s.
It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, The headiest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out. Tor runs across the field, naked, shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their songs have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, coming back.
You had only heard of it? You have not watched TV in many, many years. You remember hearing the drama surrounding it for? I gotcha. That's definitely fair too. I've also been taking a long break from like radio and TV. Wouldn't like tuning in for very specific shows, if anything. There's like so many ways nowadays to just watch what you want on the internet. The good old days when Big Brother first started, but you really hate reality shows for. That's definitely fair too. And for me it can be hit or miss, you know, like there's definitely some formats that I find entertaining. But like your typical reality TV show, like all the, you know, fake drama and stuff, I also really hate, for sure. I think it can be an interesting format though. But yeah, there's definitely lots of crap as well. Very saturated genre, of course. The Viking shields and everything.
The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
The Old Gods of Asgard, the 1975 Ragnarok Tour. The Old by Celestial Wrath and Fury. April 11th Seattle, April 30th Bakersfield, April 40th Long Beach, April 50th New York City, and Newark, Detroit, Jacksonville, Tampa, New Orleans, and Baton Rouge. Damn. That's a proper flashlight. I like it. That's so much better. Oh, yeah. It's good.
We can make it through here, Al!
Oh. Oh, good.
Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Good luck with that, pal.
Hey, you find us a way out here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff.
Hey Vamola, welcome in. Good morning and happy Taco Tuesday. Hell yeah. I hope you're gonna have some delicious tacos today.
The door was barred from the other side. I'd have to find another way.
Another way, you say? Guess you have to look from the outside. Oh, never mind, I can kick this open. You're having pineapple pork tacos. That sounds very much like al pastor tacos, actually. Pineapple pork combo. And those are like one of my favorite tacos ever. So that sounds amazing, Mola. And I'm doing good, thank you. We're getting very close here to finishing chapter 4 of Alan Wake. So getting closer and closer to the ending chapters of the game. I'm making you hungry. I mean, you made me hungry. We're talking about Taco Tuesday. It's all your fault, Mauler. I don't take any blame there. Uh-oh.
You okay, Al? I'm good. Keep your eyes open, okay?
How am I liking your game? I really like it so far. I think it has a really interesting, unique way of telling a story. And it really makes you kind of like wonder, you know, kind of like question yourself the entire time, what's really happening here. And yeah, I'm actually quite excited to find out what's the end gonna be like. So I'm quite intrigued by the whole thing, and I love the atmosphere and the whole like artistic direction, of also the soundtrack and kind of like the universe building with things like Night Springs and yeah, it's pretty cool.
As you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night, but I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? I bet that keeps you in business.
Pretty busy, yeah. Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation. We can't talk about that, Thornton. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was just saying we got, you know, other irons to fry.
And how would you compare your workload to last year's? Things have seemed relatively peaceful to me, but people do tend to get a little wild this time of year.
Oh, it's wild, Pat. It's pretty wild. There's been all sorts of trouble this year. Vandalism, fighting, public disturbances. A lot of people gone missing, too. Yeah, it's pretty much the usual stuff, Pat. Just, you know, a lot more of it.
Now, is it just me, or does Deerfest get wilder every year? People seem to be more drunk, at least, or they start earlier and younger.
Oh, it's definitely not just you, Pat, but... Definitely, Pat. Hey, I'm talking here, Thornton. Oh shoot, I lost my train of thought.
Not just me.
Oh, yeah, it's wilder, Pat, but actually most of the trouble seems to be coming from grown men. People who ought to know better, you know? Kids are doing fine this year.
Well, that's nice to hear at least. Boys, I want to thank you for stopping by. I'll let you get back to your patrol.
Sure thing, Pat.
Yeah, sure thing, Pat.
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
Yeah, if in doubt, just kick up everything. Yeah, it's gonna be a huge fight incoming, isn't there?
You've got to be kidding me.
Nice fact. Running for your life, you can learn. That's very true, yeah. That way you're gonna make sure that you actually remember it. Because it's forever traumatized you.
Al? Is that you out there, buddy?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on.
Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy. Ah! Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
Alan just accepting that he's gone crazy.
Come on, one more gate. Let's do this thing.
Would gods know the truth?
The lights are out. I guess we better check the fuse box. You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Yeah, I don't think they keep too close an eye on them at the clinic. They seem to slip away a lot so they can get wasted.
No kidding?
Again, Alice's screams rang in the stillness of the night. I saw myself run toward the cabin, flashlight in my hand. I followed my past self. I was an out-of-body observer, a time traveler in a crazy drunken dream. This was the beginning. The night Alice had disappeared. The mystery of what had happened during the missing week was about to reveal itself.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. We work in the dark to serve the light. We are technicians.
Those guys sound awesome. Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be. Okay.
We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry, this is... Yeah, what the hell?
I'm sorry about this. No, seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right? And even though you're a crazy bastard, I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, goddammit.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
Nightmare in a nightmare.
Alice, I'm coming. It's all right. I'm coming.
It was a crazy drunken dream. And yet, it was more than that. It was the truth, a suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened. I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
And I just noticed how the house actually looks like it's a face of a bird, isn't it? The two windows, the eyes, and then like the beak and everything. I noticed the first time I actually went here.
Beyond this lost memory, there was nothing. I had to follow the footsteps of my past self to find out what had happened that night.
I suppose I might link that to the song. What the hell, listener? Yeah, it's like, might as well get drunk. Or they get chased by the dark presence. Seems like a good idea. What showed us and the island is the shape of a bird's foot. Interesting. Makes sense, I guess, being called the bird-like cabin. It's really cool.
Alice? Alice!
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crashed car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You laugh at the whole thing together and put it
Alice?
behind you. She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her.
Ah!
Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do. You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her. Yes. I'll write. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No. I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobwebs she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish. to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
I had woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape. The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night.
I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Freaking FBI agent or whatever he is. End of episode 4. Okay, so I'm gonna skip this here because it's gonna be flagged as a DMCA.
Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Episode 5, The Clicker.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Al. Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not gonna...
interviewed Wake.
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead...
Wait a minute.
Oh my god!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Okay, gonna pause real quick. Brought you like how he calls Alan various real authors' names throughout the game. Yeah, it's like every time he addresses him, he finds another author. But yeah, actually just want to wait until the dialogue is over, but it seems to like instantly continue with the story. So I'm gonna pause here because I want to take a break in between chapter 4 and 5. But yeah, we're definitely gonna dive into chapter 5 today as well after the break. Can't really guarantee that we're gonna finish the entire chapter, but I'm gonna try to take it as far as I can in like 1 to 2 hours or so. But yeah, for now I'm gonna take a break, and I will leave you with some of the awesome soundtrack for this game. And yeah, then we're gonna get back and start. I was about to say sequence, but of course it's chapter 5. I'm playing so much AC. I'm already thinking about that instead. Also, every time I find like a manuscript page in this game, I'm like, oh, another codex page. Bene. Leonardo, would you please decipher that for me?
A letter. For me?
A letter? Ancient writing?
Ancient writing. From the Old Kingdom.
But yeah, I'll be back in a few. Alright, welcome back to more of Alan Wake with our first playthrough. Thank you all for staying tuned as well.
Citizen!
And no worries for the shoutouts for Rod, Lucinda, and Mola. You like this calming music? Yeah, I do love ambient music, and I think Alan Wake has some really good one. It's definitely calming, but also very ominous at the same time. Hey Aura, welcome in, citizen. How's it going? I hope you're having a good morning so far. Thank you, Lucinda. You have brought your frozen with you? Your frozen pizza? I do love pizza. Doesn't matter if it's like restaurant, frozen, or homemade.
Oh man! We're sitting ducks with the lights out!
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on.
Did I miss something there? Oh, yeah. The manuscript page. Nightingale reads the manuscript.
Nightingale tried to make sense of the manuscript. It was disjointed and strange. He didn't understand half of it, but it all rang true. Impossibly true. He took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. It wasn't the booze that made his mind reel.
Woke up way early, so rough start to the day, but it's okay. I gotcha, Aura. I hope you get some good rest this next night. And soon. Maybe a nice coffee or something might help with that. No worries, Maxi. Welcome back. I'm more than happy to give you a shout out too. So many pages. Scattered everywhere. Nightingale attacked by the dark presence.
Nightingale felt the situation veering out of his control, but the gun at least felt steady in his hands. He was ready to fire, resolved that he would let this happen over his dead body. And yet he hesitated. He had seen this moment before, read it in the page. He was transfixed by the déjà vu and the horror that he was a character in a story someone had written. Then the monstrous presence burst in behind him and dragged him into the night.
I gotcha, Aura. Yeah, that's fair too, I guess. But I hope you can get as much rest as possible, at least. We can't turn on the lights here, I don't think. Gotta get some coffee. Yeah, I think that's not difficult to get more rest than Alan Wake is getting currently.
Here are your things. Wake, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper. Come on, let's get back to your friend. Wheeler, I need you to stay here.
What? No!
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in 2 places at once. I need your help.
Well, okay.
Here's a list of people and phone numbers. I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list, Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
Can you do this? You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
My hangover wants a pizza. You think there's any way I could order one, Al?
Yeah, I could also get some pizza right now.
Hello, Mr. Breaker? This is Barry Wheeler. Yeah, I know it's late, but listen, the sheriff, Sarah, asked me to tell you something. She says Night Springs, okay? So I guess she... Yes, sir. Okay, No, she's okay. She's just busy, so she asked me to... Oh, no. Actually, I'm a literary agent, sir. I'm just helping her out because she's busy right now. Well, the one you'd most likely be familiar with is Alan Wake. You're kidding? Well, I'm glad to hear that, sir. I'll tell Al you said that. That's really nice. But listen, I really need to make some more calls here. You got the message, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, thanks, sir. Bye now. Hey, the sheriff's dad is a big fan, Al. Said you're the best thing to happen to crime fiction since James Ellroy. I think he was a little drunk, though. Hello?
Yeah, no worries, Maxi. What's your question?
The sheriff. Sarah says Night Springs. Okay? Okay, bye. Hello? Hi, Barry Wheeler. I have a message from Sarah. Okay?
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
Damn it, Wheeler, focus. The bullet didn't exist because it wasn't canon in the Alan Wake books. Very true. Nothing can happen that didn't also got written or re-edited by Alan Wake or the Dark Presence. So Last Maraja and Dreadful Crimes is story-based DLC like Jack the Ripper, set after the events of the main story. So the Dreadful Crimes are kind of like the murder mysteries from Unity, just more in-depth essentially. And you can do them essentially once they become available. I'm not entirely sure about when they are set historically, but they're not really meant to be played after the main story, I would say. So you can just do them whenever you want to. In regards to the Last Maraja DLC, I would probably wait until you've been properly introduced to the Last Maraja, which happens pretty late in the story, I think. Maybe it's like sequence 6, 7. So I would probably do it before sequence 8 or something. But yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest, on when they are set historically, especially the Last Maraja DLC. I mean, everything in Syndicate is kind of supposed to happen in the year 1868, with the exception of the Jack the Ripper DLCs, so most of the content you can play once it becomes available, pretty much. But yeah, with the Last Maraja, I would definitely wait until Henry Green has properly introduced you to the character, at least. No worries.
I needed to reach the rooftop to get to the other side of the broken gate.
When you played the Jack the Ripper DLC? I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. The Dreadful Crimes, I think, were really good actually if you're into this whole investigation process, because they're much more in depth than they have been in Unity. Last Mirage DC I wasn't too fond of, to be honest. Actually had like lots of bugs playing it with the gameplay and some really weirdly designed missions. And I think the writing was also kind of weird as well. But if you want to have like more content for Syndicate, then it's definitely a worthwhile addition. But yeah, the traffic crimes were really good. I'd enjoy them. I gotcha, dude. That's fair. Yeah, thankfully the last Mirage DC isn't endless either, so you can definitely finish it in a couple hours. Maybe like 2 to 4 hours or so, roughly, depending if you're doing completionists or not.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though.
I wonder if there's something here. Indeed. Flare. I take it. Weird is an understatement. Yeah. Definitely is.
You need to bypass the damaged control box.
And Night Springs is even weirder.
Ah, man! That's smart.
Good job, Wade. Okay, stick close. Our first stop is the town hall. The keys to the chopper are there.
Uh-oh. It's the DFS. Arnold, is that you? telling me to go to the chopper? Ava Grumpy, welcome in. You see Alan is awake. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we're all just in a dream.
And I thought New Yorkers were rude.
I'm good, thanks. How are you today? Yeah, we just started with chapter 5 here, out of 6. So getting closer and closer to finishing it off. Ah, very nice. That's excellent. I think I either bought it on sale or I got it for free when Epic was giving it away. I think I got the base game for free and then I picked up the DLC for like $2 or so. Not sure yet if I'm gonna play the DLC this time around, but definitely gonna be playing it at some point.
Wake, over here! There's light! I have a key. Watch my back, Wake.
Yeah, no worries, Grumpy. Definitely understandable. I hope you enjoyed your playthrough and your time with this awesome story. Oh, shit.
Right there!
Okay, that's all of them, I think. Thanks, Grumpy.
Let's go, Wake. Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
Fine. They should be in the clerk's office on the other side of the building, near the main entrance.
Gotcha. The darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's face was furious. The story in the manuscript had been making it stronger all the time, but now the light had set the writer free and hurt it, weakened it. It was only a matter of days before the dark presence would be strong again, but meanwhile, it would be difficult to recapture the writer.
Get burned for a change. That's only fair, isn't it?
The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
Can't imagine how annoying it would be to actually have to collect all of the coffee farmers in a playthrough. I would imagine it's so easy to miss just one or two. Oh, nice. A lantern. That's much better. Flashbangs. Now we're talking.
Okay, Sheriff, I got the keys.
It sure is. Yeah, I can imagine. I do actually remember you doing a playthrough once where I watched you collect all of the coffee farmers, I think. No worries whatsoever, Lucinda. Thank you for being here and for joining us today. I hope you have a good start to your stream. And thanks also for leaving the lurk. And for anybody that wants to check out Lucinda, I highly recommend doing so. She just started her Ennio series playthrough of Resident Evil with Resident Evil 0. And she's also going to be playing the other games in the series too, of course. So yeah, if you're looking for a big fan of that series, definitely check out those playthroughs. And she's also a big fan of first-person games like Dying Light, Dishonored, Bioshock, and many more. So if that sounds like something you would be interested in, then definitely go ahead and follow Lucinda.
Barry?
Why isn't he inside?
Oh God! Oh God!
Barry! Look out! Barry, move! Barry!
He made it inside, Wake. He's okay.
Yeah, he's fine.
Come on, Wake. Let's go around. We can meet him in the back.
How can she be so sure? That he's completely fine after that. Trust no one in the dark. Not even her. Nightingale. I was kind of wondering with the name Nightingale, because names seem to have quite the importance here for the game. Nightingale is also a famous like nurse, wasn't she? From like the Victorian era. I wonder if that's a coincidence, you know, that they've chosen like a name like that for her. Who knows? Since, of course, this whole setup is there for like the patient. Or Alan Wake being a patient. That's what I thought as well, Aura, you know, that she was part of Syndicate. It's unrecorded when Bright Falls was first formed as a nameless trading post but it became a town where the Brightfords Mining Company started to operate nearby in 1878. It was then that Hubert Biltmore, a fur trapper, and Amos Gunderson, a pioneer from Tacoma, decided to build a post office, saloon and hotel, all operating from the same building. It was through the efforts of these two men that Brightfords became the permanent and thriving town it is today. That's right, Aura, yeah, kind of like to show also the consequence of Jacob's behavior, I guess this whole mission was there for. That, you know, he just killed somebody, you know, producing like the counterfeit medicine, but didn't take care of actually providing a better medicine in return. I always thought you can't really blame Jacob too much for that, you know, because, I mean, you know, his job was to kill the Templar responsible for producing that, and it's not really his fault if other people are gonna, you know, jump in to then sell other counterfeit medicine in return. But yeah, I do kind of like when Evie is kind of like doing her best, you know, to make sure that
we can make it
those things don't happen anymore.
Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
Keep the hell down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All this shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed. He's got a point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this.
It's me they want. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner you can all get back to life as usual.
I hope you're right. Come on, let me get this door open.
Wait, you got the keys to the bookstore?
Perks of being the sheriff. A girl needs to get around.
Right. Because being a sheriff allows you to have the keys to the entire city.
They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard they're selling a lot of your Alex Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a big fan of my own writing.
Alex Casey books by Alan Wake, modern master of crime fiction. Alex Casey, What I Can't Forget, Return to Sender, The Things That I Want, The Fall of Casey and The Sudden Stop. All in stock, $20 a book, $100 for the full set. Mr. Wake is in town, see if you can get them autographed. Yeah, exactly, Aura, you know. And I feel like Jacob gets like a lot of criticism for the range of his actions that he's not really responsible for. Sometimes, you know, like also with, for instance, you know, the whole like economy taking a crash, you know, and the pound as well. After he assassinated what was his name? The guy who wanted to rob the Bank of England, essentially. The funniest thing about that incident is that Eberlein is actually telling Jacob to stop them. And after Jacob assassinates his target, you know, Eberlein gets to capture and imprison the other conspirators of the bank robbery. And then decides to close off the bank. But because there's like news of like an attempt robbery on the bank, people lose trust in the safety of a bank that it is providing. So they take the money back, which makes the economy take a hit. But all of that gets put into the guilt of Jacob, you know, that he's like responsible for that happening. Even though everything after the assassination was like out of his control, essentially. There's like so many parts of Syndicate where Jacob gets like all the, you know, kind of like guilt, even though he's not really responsible for it. What the flaw in the writing of Evie's character in moments like that is that they forget how cunning and powerful the Templars are. Any assassin's success can be turned to their advantage. Evie should know that they would be behind this and that Jacob has nothing to do with their actions. Yeah, she's like constantly questioning, you know, if Jacob has done something on purpose, you know, like the counterfeit money later as well. But, yeah. I mean, Epperlein also isn't the best in those moments, you know. Kind of like also questioning if Jacob has something to do with it, but, yeah. Evie should definitely know better. Especially after having like studied, you know, the previous times of Templar assassin conflicts throughout time. And seeing how resourceful they are.
Cynthia Weaver worked hard, following her obsessive rituals, sometimes fighting them, always giving in to them in the end. She haunted the halls of Bright Falls abandoned power plant. She marked her caches with light-sensitive paint that could only be seen by eyes that had been touched by darkness and saved by light like she'd been. She was preparing defenses and supply lines for the war she knew would come. The war between the forces of light and darkness.
I don't see Barry.
Look! Wake! Maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper.
The chopper? We gotta get to it. Oh, another coffee thermos. Yeah, we're gonna have a big fight soon incoming here, I reckon.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh! I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come!
Let's take a break! Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart!
The break sounds nice actually. And omega-3 fats. Very good for your heart, apparently.
Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
Breeze, okay, Sheriff. Let's pretend the evil forces will respond to your authority. It's like, yeah, I think they won't really listen to you, lady. Hey Nemesis, welcome in. Yeah, I've seen them too streaming Origins earlier today actually. Always nice to see some Origins, especially from Ubisoft. I was tuning in the way they were doing like the Hippodrome races in Alexandria.
Wow. We keep them lit all night long on the night before Deerfest.
Why?
Well, it's...
For it to be free, the Dark Presence needed the writer to finish the story. Again and again, the story let it get frustratingly close to the writer without letting it capture him. It was bound by the events depicted in the manuscript, but it could pursue the writer indirectly, put others on the task and stop those who would help him. It took over everything in its path, made them its puppets, and sent them after Alan Wake.
Yeah, not sure why they streamed Origins. Might be because I wanted to advertise the game. But it's not unlikely for Ubisoft to sometimes stream like older Ubisoft titles as well. So on occasion you will see Ubisoft stream like all kinds of games. So I'm not sure what the reasoning was, but I guess it could be to advertise the game again.
Tradition. We're almost there. We'll have to go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out to be a bad idea.
Indeed, Nemesis. Welcome in again. Hope you've been doing well today. Oh shit.
Did you call 911?
Oh.
Guess that one saw the light, huh? You didn't like that one? Tough audience. Well, I got plenty more.
What are the Christmas lights for?
Protection, man! Like garlic against vampires?
Vampires.
The helicopter's just across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on!
I mean, that's pretty smart actually. They should just let themselves like, you know, vests or something. There's like lights on them constantly. So they can't be touched by the Dark Presence. Or at least if they touch you, they're gonna be hurt. Indeed. It was quite a surprise by Barry. Like how he's becoming better and better at slaying these guys. Nice Nemesis. Yeah, there's definitely some good games on PlayStation Plus depending on your subscription tier. However, that's powered. Every Christmas lights you find it require to be plugged into a wall. There's also some that work on like a battery. I actually have one kind of like...
Bright General Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor. I wish I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
But I have, for example, Christmas lights, at least one of them that works on like battery. But I wouldn't recommend them necessarily because they don't really last very long often. And they get very dim in lighting quite fast. I guess this is not a very good long-term solution. Unless the batteries are crazy powerful.
Alice had screamed until she had no voice left to scream. Around her, the darkness was alive. It was cold and wet and malevolent and without end. She was a prisoner, trapped in the dark place. The terror would have burned her mind out, but one thing made her hang on. She could sense Alan in the dark. She could hear him. She could see the words he was writing as flickering shadows. He sensed her too. He was trying to work his way to her.
Okay, I got your Nemesis. That always sucks, you know. But hopefully there's gonna be some other games that are gonna be added in return. I kind of like make up for it.
When someone throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license, you're cleared for departure to Night Springs. No offense, Sheriff. To this.
The helicopter's just up ahead. I'll need a while to prep for takeoff.
Don't take too long. I want to get out of here.
Damn, look at all of these flashbangs. I love it. Yeah, no kidding. This game looks really, really good for being the OG version. I'm glad actually that I chose this version. Can't like see how it was when it was originally released. Honestly, after playing this version so far, I don't really see the need for a remaster. But I reckon it would still be nice to have, you know, for those who want to get like a more polished version. But so far, I didn't really have many moments where I was like, yeah, I really need a remaster now. Can I go inside here? Can't. how long do you need to staff a freaking helicopter? Seriously.
Just get me to Weaver, Sheriff.
You're taking a big chance on a local crazy lady, Al. I hope you're right about her, or we can kiss this town goodbye.
Like this.
Right, the city's a war zone. King Kong, mutant alligators, and Alex Casey shoots the place up every weekend. Look, I never even carried a gun until a couple of days ago.
Well, my dad used to be a cop there. Tells some pretty wild stories.
Stuff like this?
No, just normal bad stuff. Kinda like your books, Wake. I used to tease Dad that he was just like Alex Casey.
You've read me.
Oh, sure. You're a pretty good writer. A little heavy on the metaphors, maybe.
Nobody's ever said that before.
We're coming up on the power plant. See the lit building over there? And that's the dam further up the river. I can't land here. I'll take her down the road across the river.
Just get me there, Sheriff.
Maybe it's hand crank helicopter and she and Barry are taking turns cranking it. Maybe, yeah. Where's his wife? So yeah, as Aura says, that's pretty much, you know, what the game is about. Like, Alan wants to find his wife and needs to find her. Find out if she's still alive.
Something about the chain for the door to open.
We need ingots. If you have a local crowds in the neighborhood and one of them often hounds you like this. Very demanding crowd. But yeah, you don't wanna not give that crowd a peanut, I guess. Otherwise you might have to worry about what the crowd will do to you next time. I gotta find something to take care of a Shane here. Is there like something inside that I missed? can't shoot it. Can I take the car? The van? Can't. If you don't give him snacks fast enough, he swoop over your head just low enough to startle, but not hurting you. One time he tapped Yuvo. You keep expecting him to just land on your head one of these days. But it's pretty cool, you know, to kind of like building up a bond there. And Kraus never forget, it seems, so definitely, you know, remember that you've been kind to them. Okay, what am I missing here? Clearly something. Thing is, I couldn't shoot it, I don't think, unless I have to shoot it like more often than I've already did. Okay, never mind. I really had to just shoot it more often. Uh-oh. Okay, let's refill the ammunition here.
And here's a new song from a band that they always remind me of our local rock legends, the old...
Come on, I dodged that. What the fuck? I was like putting out a flare, and while I was doing it I still took 3 hits and died. Even though I already had the flare out. Annoying. love how the music is used in these games. Absolutely, yeah. I really like how they throw in like radio songs and also have like very iconic songs for like the ending of the episodes and stuff. Definitely has quite the importance for the game. Jesus. But I have to just get past these guys, right? I don't even have to fight them, do I? Yeah, you can listen like to the entire song that's playing after each like radio podcast essentially.
The power plant glowed in the night. It was close, but I had to find a way across.
Schwert. totally dodge that. I think I may have skipped a couple pages here, or maybe I still have to collect the other ones first and have to come across them. I reckon that might be the case here. Uh-oh. Wake's plan.
The story I had written in the cabin had come true. Touched by the dark presence, I had written a horror story, but the end was still missing. The story was incomplete, and the last unfinished page of the manuscript still sat in the typewriter in the cabin study. If I could get back there, if I could read the page, then I could write my own ending to this story and save Alice.
Nice, so that might be the plan here, to actually save Alice in the end. Let's hope so, that it works out. Whoa. Jesus. But I hate these moments. It's kind of funny, you know, like the jump scare earlier when the Lady of the Darkness is just like rushing at you all of a sudden at the screen. It didn't scare me at all, you know. What really gets to me is like when I go around a corner, or want to go inside a building, and all of a sudden there's like a person like rushing at you, you know. Because if I just watch a cutscene, you know, I don't have to react. But as part of the gameplay, I have to be like quick, not to die. And it kind of like adds that extra layer, you know, of like urgency to react, I guess. So that scares me a lot more most of the time. Because it's so surprising. Ah, okay, I gotcha, Nemesis. So does Battlefield 2042 not have any main story whatsoever? That's interesting. Well, I guess that most people will probably play multiplayer regardless, but it's so nice to have a campaign sometimes. Oh, shoot. I had to get on here.
More birds.
nice. Another Night Spring episode.
Such philosophical concerns are by necessity abstract. And yet, some of us can find concrete proof of the nature of our existence in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, an absence of creativity.
Hello, Martha. What did you want to show me? Oh, Lydia. Thank God you're here. Please, it's in the basement. That's amazing. Isn't it just? I found it here this morning. It's like it isn't there, but I can't look straight at it.
Yes, I'm sorry. How did you get here? Well, I'm trying to work.
Did you put this thing here?
To be more precise, I put everything here but that.
Really? But what is it?
I guess the temptation is to call it whole, but it's really an absence, a profound lack of reality.
In Martha's basement?
Yes, I was doing so well, too. I came up with 2 old ladies and put something really weird in the basement. It was a great start. Completely blocked now. I can't imagine what I was up to.
Well, surely it's just an ordinary basement.
Is it? Why did you call your friend here, then?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, well.
Couldn't you just ignore it?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. It would probably turn into a plot hole. Might be one already. Could sink the whole enterprise. Listen, ladies, not to be rude, but I'm really not at all sure where I'm going with this, and you're just not helping. You should just go back upstairs for a cup of coffee while I try to figure out what I'm up to.
If you think that's best.
Maybe I should just stop here. Or is that too moronic? Is that too moronic? Indeed. Who can tell? It's a fine line between the stupid and the sublime. Night Springs.
Ubisoft Quebec be like. Talking about plot holes. It's a little surprise party. It sure is, Aura. Yeah, that's the second time they got to me today. Very nice, Rod. That's awesome. I'm glad that the PS5 is working and all set up now. That's gonna be so good, you know, like playing Origins, not having to worry about those kind of like issues happening. I think the streaming app for Twitch is also working a bit more solid on the PS5 than it was on the Xbox, but I could be wrong about that too. But I also read recently like quite a few comments about a recent update, kind of like making the app worse than it has been already. So that might also be good, you know. But who knows? I'll wait and see. Eva Tor, welcome in. That's good, Rod. Let's hope the PS5 also doesn't have these issues. Just hoping. Let's run like on the same OS and everything. know, can't I just go lower and let me, like, jump in or something? Surely there's like a space where you could land somewhat. Or at least get low enough. Suckers.
I recognized the logo on the power plant sign. I'd seen a version of it painted all over the area, signifying hidden caches of supplies.
Hold it right there! Miss Weaver! Cynthia! I'm a friend!
Prove it!
You knew Zane! Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song! You can help me!
About time! Young man, I've been waiting a very long time for you. It's in the well-lit room.
Excuse me?
What you'll need to drive the darkness back. The well-lit room is at the dam. I've built the room to keep it safe.
Will it help me find Alice? Will it get me back to the cabin? Fine, let's go. I can get my friends to come back with the helicopter.
Oh, we won't go outside. Never at night. That's rule number 1. You've been breaking the rules, young man, and where has that gotten us, No, I have a secret route, a lit route, an old water pipe. Something was damaged at the transformer yard. It's draining all the reserve power. Without it, the pipe will go dark. The power to the yard must be cut.
Let me guess. You want me to do it?
Young man, you're the one who likes to break the rules. I can't be outside in the dark. The kill switch is outside.
Well then. Open sesame.
Hurry! The switch is on the wall facing the shore.
Yeah, we definitely did Nemesis. I do love the atmosphere quite a lot, and the whole play on like light and darkness. But it also still looks really good, I think. Even if it's going for like a more realistic graphical style overall. Oh shit. Accidentally used my flare gun. Never mind. Come on.
I could see the kill switch that would cut the power to the transformer yard. Now I had to find a way to reach it.
But gain controls to be operated by authorized personnel only. Well,
if I could figure out the gates, I could use them to get to the kill switch.
About that. Wait, was I already alright there? Or was like one more gate, but I think already had it. I guess that's how I have to line it for now. Too bad no shotgun, but hard to hold flashlight. Yeah, shotgun would be really good in this situation, to say the least. But having a look, and with a PS Plus subscription you get access to Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Spider-Man and Miles Morales, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, Death Stranding, Until Dawn, Detroit Become Human, to name a few, so that will work out well. Absolutely. You could make kind of like 1 month or more, where you focus a bit more on like those subscription games or something. To get like the most out of the subscription. But yeah, that's a very good selection there of titles for sure. I'm really looking forward to see you play games like Spider-Man, God of War, and Ghost of Tsushima. Now that I've played them as well. And then also on the PS5, which of course looks so much better than on the PS4. But they already look gorgeous and run pretty well.
Who designs these things?
Well, speaking of shotgun.
The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water pipe passage should now be good to go.
Out of ammo. One open. Jesus. What? This It was light. Are you kidding me? It was totally light. And he was affected by it. What?
The counter-kills.
Bastards.
This way, young man. Follow me. Come, the pipe's empty now. We're ready to go. This way. We need to go. I knew them both, Tom and Barbara. I had such a crush on him. Such a beautiful man. I was jealous. There was a part of me that was maybe a little glad when she had the accident. And then Tom started writing and woke the darkness up. He tried to bring her back, but you can't do that. There are no free rides like that.
I'm starting to realize that.
In that case, young man, perhaps you're a smarter man than Tom was. The witch looked like her, but it wasn't. Barbara was sweet. He didn't understand until it was too late. He tried to undo it, wrote himself, her, everything he'd ever written out of the world. Oh, he was so famous. And afterward, no one knew. Oh, Tom. He left only one thing behind in my care, in case it happened again. Insurance. He trusted me. Or perhaps used me a little. Tom knew how I felt. Knew I wouldn't refuse him. I built the well-lit room and put him there. It's been waiting for you. We are characters trapped in a story you have written, and none of us will survive to see the end of it if the darkness isn't stopped. She'll twist the story to her own dark ends.
How do you know all this?
Tom, that's the way he wrote it. He still talks to me in television, from beyond, from below. We have both been touched by the darkness, young man. He saved us both with light, but the darkness stays with you. Leaves a stain. This pipe will take us directly to the well-lit room.
Okay, I need to call my friends, tell them where we're going.
Hello? Al!
Barry, we're headed to the dam in one of the pipes. Meet us there.
Okay, I'll tell Sarah.
It's Sarah now?
Whoa! No! Sweet love!
Barry! Barry! We gotta go see if they're okay.
They're probably dead. You must reach the well-lit room. This is no time to be a selfish idiot.
That's my best friend!
Wouldn't it be more selfish to just go to a well-lit room? You're trying to save your friends.
I'll use the pipe. I'll meet you at the dam if you make it.
What the fuck?
At least I didn't have to worry about
Was it jump?
She knew how to stay safe.
Was he trying to do like a leap of faith or something? The way he flapped out his arms like that? It looks so weird, but so funny. Yeah, that's what I thought as well, you know, like getting a signal down via the pipe. GG's. I was about to say I didn't find a page in quite a while.
Sarah was almost starting to relax. Maybe they could turn this into a win yet. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound, like a table saw gone wild, as 100 birds made out of shadows swarmed into the rotor. The chopper bucked wildly and the board lit up, telling her what she already knew. They were going down. Barry Wheeler screamed next to her.
Alan likes to fall down a lot. He definitely does.
crash site looked bad, but as far as I could tell, the wreck was empty.
Barry! Barry!
Oh! Right there.
Over here!
Hang in there, I'm coming!
See something?
Far enough. You know when to make an entrance, Wake. We were ready to make like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
I have a different ending in mind.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I knew you'd be all right.
How's that?
The Flaming Eye of Mordor?
Laugh it up, funny man. Didn't we have somewhere to go?
Weaver will meet us at the dam.
When you spend most of your night running uphill while the crazy bunch of demon hicks try to take your head off with an axe, you know your helicopter crash landed in Night Springs.
Maybe Barry should become a writer.
We
His own agent.
We made it!
The writer for Night Springs. I could see that.
Oh, I should have kept that
See
gym
those
membership.
lights? That's the elevator we need to take.
You can't beat them.
What the hell is that? It's everywhere! Oh crap, there's more than one of them!
Nothing moves like that. It's impossible.
Ah! Al! Do something!
I can't get a shot.
No, there! Al, they're all over the place!
How many are there? Where'd that one go?
Ah, this can't be happening!
Kind of like how this is becoming like more cooperative
That was... wow. I think we're okay.
in the later stages of the game.
Hey, Al, I got a bad feeling.
Let's keep our eyes open.
But
Definitely nice not having to face all of them by yourself.
hate this.
Wait, call the elevator. I'm keeping watch.
I think I hear something moving around.
Yeah, the shadows are really good in this game. I've also maxed out all of the graphics, I'm quite sure. Yeah, I pretty much maxed out everything.
Heads up! Here they come!
Oh no! Oh no!
Coming! We have to hold them off! Right there!
Oh no!
almost there. There's an entrance into the dam at the top. What's the plan, Wake?
Well, Weaver's crazy, but she's got something Zane left behind. Something to fix this.
Gee, could you be a little more vague?
Thomas Zane? Seriously? Might as well be Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he was real.
Let's be careful, okay?
Oh, jeez, I hate this.
Okay, Wake. There's a button over there that opens the door. I think something's broken. Hold the button down so we can get in.
And I can stay out, right? Of course.
We can get to the dam through here. What's happening out there?
You guys go ahead and find Weaver. She should be in the dam now. I'll have to make it alone through the top.
Okay, Wake. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed.
Ow! Please, be careful.
I'll take good care of Barry, Wake. You just look after yourself.
You gotta be kidding me.
Jesus.
I was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
Enough. You will go no further. Stop. Stop now.
some time for coffee. Oh, whoops, that's Barry.
You made it. Well done. I'm glad I was wrong. But it was a foolish chance to take. Don't worry about the noise. We're safe here. I have looked after the well-lit room for many, many years now. There is no shadow in the well-lit room. The power is fail-safe, and all the bulbs are numbered and changed regularly based on their make and model.
Right.
But you're surprised I didn't get a song with the lyrics blinded by the light for this game? That's true, that would actually fit quite well. Also like a bit of a contrast with a darker tone. The lady needs to chillax. Any time is coffee time if you're not a coward. Come on, Ellen, she's literally the only person who can survive this. Don't be rude. That's true as well. I guess Ellen has been through quite a bit. So understandable to be a bit grumpy.
Great Cove Point, north of here. It was active during the Second World War. They operated here back then. They must have built this.
Yes, they did. It's my place now. Take it, and I won't need to worry about the room anymore, because 6 and 33 and 118 need changing soon, and I don't want to climb up the ladder to change them because it's very late, and I'm tired. And if you take it, I won't have to do that anymore.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane. None of them were supposed to exist anymore.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away. To imbue the talisman with all possible power, she added that it had been given to her by Alan's father. Alan never knew him, and anything of his took on mythical proportions in his mind. With the clicker firmly in his hand, Alan finally slept like a baby. Now, almost 30 years later, Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
My mind swirled. I'd given the clicker to Alice, yet it was here. Zane had written it into existence in a story I had written. I can get to her now. I can finish this.
Remember standing on a broken field, white crippled wings beating the sky, the harbingers of war with their nature revealed, and our chances.
End of episode 5.
Previously on Alan Wake, I wrote a horror story that has come true. Thomas Zane did the same in the 70s.
You will go no further.
If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story. No one will survive.
You knew Zane! Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song!
He left something behind to help me. The clicker.
Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
I can get to her now. I can finish this.
Episode 6, Departure. New York City 2 years ago.
I had a hangover. My head was about to explode and the light hurt my eyes. I needed my sunglasses and painkillers to dull the pain. In one of my finer moments of self-deception, I swore to quit drinking.
Okay, let's go ahead and pause here. No kidding, Aura. It's like, seriously, Ellen? You're gonna criticize that lady? Hey there, Break Elec. Welcome in. What a fantastic game from a Finnish game studio. Hello from Finland. Hello, back to you from Germany. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for joining us here today. It's kind of funny, I actually didn't know that Remedy was a Finnish game studio. This is, I think, my first game that I'm playing developed by them. But that's really cool. I can't wait to actually play some more of their games like Control. That's probably the next one I'm going to be playing once I get to play another game with them. Brought you love this moment. You like the idea of something years earlier that has a great importance years later and help what's needed in the present. Plus the amazing music as well. Absolutely. There's definitely quite the plot twist here, you know, that Thomas Zane was the person to write Alan Wake's story in a way. I really thought that everything has been written by himself, you know, but it would definitely make sense that some parts are like out of his control, you know. And thanks for posting that link to the track there too. If anybody wants to listen to it. Unfortunately, I can't listen to the entire song after the episode because it's definitely DMCA music, which is why I was skipping that part. But if anybody wants to listen more to it, there's a link in chat. Even Poets of the Fall is a Finnish band. Ah, is it? That's really cool. Yeah, I think, I could be remembering wrong, but I think you also mentioned that a while ago, Rod, when you played this game. About Poets of the Fall. Control, Quantum Break, and Max Payne 1 and 2 are from Remedy. I gotcha. Yeah, Max Payne is another franchise I would really like to get into. I think the gameplay looks pretty awesome in those games. Even beyond 1 and 2 when Rockstar took over. It's got some moments of Ilkka Veli, who's the live action and Awake in it too. I gotcha. A great band, they also did some music for Control as well. That's kind of cool, they kept that partnership going, you know, beyond Alan Wake. That's really cool. But yeah guys, now that we finished chapter 5-0, I think this is a good point to stop and then start into chapter 6 fresh. I don't really have enough time to finish this chapter today unless it's like super short, because I only have like another half an hour max. So I'd rather take some time next stream to really, you know, fully finish this game and also have enough time to discuss certain story elements and stuff. So yeah, I think on Thursday we're gonna go ahead and play that last chapter. And then I reckon we'd also have enough time to start a new game too. Because one chapter is between 2 to 3 hours in my experience when streaming. So yeah, probably we'll have enough time to also start a new one. I'm gonna make it a surprise which game is gonna be replacing Alan Wake. But yeah, we should definitely be able to start it on Thursday. And yeah, then tomorrow we're gonna be going back to some AC Brotherhood. Gonna continue with the Stealth and All Mission Objective Challenge. And yeah, continue with Sequence 5 of that game, which I'm quite looking forward to as well. But yeah, for now, let's have a look actually in the statistics here to see how far ahead we are at this point. So we got 68 out of 106 pages found. Obviously, I did miss quite a few. I found 11 out of 14 TV shows and 10 out of 11 radio shows. Almost all of them. Not bad. No worries, Aura. Thank you for being here and for joining us. Thank you too, Rod, for being here today. Cheers, Nemesis. Yeah, it feels good to do some more progress here with this game. And definitely looking forward to finish it on Thursday and see how it's gonna turn out and if we're gonna manage to save Alice or not. But yeah, for now, let me go ahead and quit here. And then we're gonna have a look who's online and who we can raid. Let's see. Okay, I think we're gonna keep it kind of like horror-like today. And raid over to Lucinda, who's playing some Resident Evil 0. You just recently started her annual series run of that game franchise. Well, I guess it's more than a game franchise, obviously there's also been movies and stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look over there and see how she's doing today with that game. If you would like to join us, there's some raid emotes you can copy and paste as always. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with some Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So until then, I hope everybody's having a good rest of the day. Thanks again so much everyone for joining me today here as well. And yeah, take care. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, horror music is basically the soundtrack for Bully Maguire, isn't it? He loves horror music. Cheers, Rod. I catch you soon. He brings horror with him as well, everywhere he goes.